Hello, welcome to the October 17th, 2025 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field or submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. For all the questions that are submitted in the live chat, we will go through those chronologically. I may not be able to answer in a real-time manner, so if we could avoid asking questions repeatedly, we'll go through all the questions chronologically in order, but I may take a little while to catch up depending on how many questions we get. We should have an index of all of the topics that are covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. Several hours after the live, when asking questions also, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which version numbers, if it's 12, 13, or 14, and also which operating system, that information is helpful. And we, again, as I mentioned, we'll have all of the topics that are covered in today's live stream indexed with timestamps that you could refer to. And if you wanted to search for topics from previous live streams, you can go to cubaseindex.com. We want to thank Jan for creating that site. We also want to give special thanks to two people that serve as moderators, Jazz Dude and Agent K. So they're not Steinberg employees, they just do it to make it a better community experience, so we appreciate everything that they do. And we'll give an extra special round of applause for Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. It's a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. I'm presenting from just outside Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching this, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, we see Stefan, who's joining from Sweden. Florin has a question, says, "Hey Greg, I have an issue with Cubase Pro Hub. When I close a project, the hub doesn't appear again. To open another project, Cubase shut down completely. I'm on Windows 10 latest Cubase update." So let me know if Cubase, sometimes when you close a project, some plugins may want to kind of hang on to memory, and that could cause a crash. Generally on a Windows platform, when you close the project, and it's different on Mac OS, that the hub appears and then you're able to quit primarily from the hub. I would also check, and if it doesn't seem like it crashed, like you just closed the project, make sure that the hub, if you Alt-Tab on your Windows operating system, make sure that the hub isn't just open, maybe perhaps behind another window. Let me know if you see that Cubase menu options as you cycle through, if you see the Cubase icon. So on Mac OS, I'm just hitting Command plus Tab, or you get Alt Tab on Windows. But see if that is, if Cubase is still open. And let me know if it's with every project or with just certain projects. But generally you need to, because each of the windows, if you had multiple projects open in Cubase, they would all show up as different windows, and that's just a part of kind of Windows management in current Windows OS versions. Like if you have multiple web browsers open, if you Alt-Tab, you could navigate between all of the different web browsers. But let me know if you have just one single project and you close it, it goes open, or while you have a project, if you go to make a new project, if that works for you. So if you could share a little bit of that information, that would be helpful. All right, Antoine Van Kampen asks how to hide loops and samples libraries in MediaBay, Right Zone, example dubstep, is shown but does not come with Cubase Pro. So I think if we come over, let's take a look at, let's say if we jump over to our MediaBay, we'll go home, we'll go to our loops and samples, and let's say I just want to, I would maybe try, let's see if this works. If we go to MediaBay, and then let's go to VST Sound. All right, so let's say we have Kaleidoscope. Let's see if we just come over here. Let's remove. So I'm just going to click just to the left of Kaleidoscope here. And now we remove that and see if after you restart Cubase, if at that point the dubstep would be visible. So it might be then after you restart your Cubase and you go to your MediaBay, that particular library. So I would try to, again, go to your MediaBay, to VST Sound, and see if you just simply uncheck it. And then Cubase would, I think on the next time, would look to not have access to that folder. So if you want to try that, if that doesn't work, let me know. And we could try a couple other things. All right, wonderful to see Martin joining from Germany. We see Una Memento joining from Finland. Great to see Flyvy on. Always wonderful to have Sable Winters on from Bay Area, California. We have Mark Winslow sending a greeting of aloha from Honolulu. Da76Wa asks, how do you save preferences, key commands, and plugin presets to move to a new computer? So just come over to your edit menu, to Profile Manager, and you want to export the profile on your old computer and import that file, and you could export it and put it on like a USB flash drive, put it on a cloud-based drive, and then on your new system, just simply import all of those settings. So once again, go to your edit menu, to Profile Manager, export the ones that all from your old computer, and then import into the new computer. Wonderful to see Jorge checking in from Portugal. Thanks for joining us again. All right, we see Jan from Cubase Index. Okay. Just reading through comments. See Jan from Cubase Index giving kudos to Jazz Dude for the fantastic Super Cubase Unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. All right, so we see Sebastian just says that they're in Virginia as well. What part of Virginia are you in, just out of curiosity? So I'm in Northern Virginia, in Alexandria, between Old Town and Mount Vernon. All right, so Flyvy just says, when I start up, I'm getting a pop-up. It says Service Media Server 093 not registered. Anyway, I could stop that from happening every time I start up. Let me just take a quick, I'll just do a quick search for it and see. Wonder if it's something with MediaBay, or let me see if I could just do a quick. Bear with me just a second. me just... Okay, so it looks like it might be related to like a MediaBay. Let me just check. Like maybe when the update was done, maybe it's with MediaBay. Let me just see if I could... Okay, so I would just look, so maybe like one of the components maybe didn't get installed. So let's just say if I would try to, if you just Google Steinberg MediaBay installer, or I'll just get a Steinberg.net. And probably if you update, if you just go to your Steinberg download assistant, it's usually automatically updated. But we'll come over here. Let's go to support. And then downloads. Then I think if we just come over here and just go to the Steinberg MediaBay, try downloading the Steinberg MediaBay and reinstalling, and then restarting Cubase and see if that kind of does the trick for you. All right. All right, wonderful to see Captain Energy Music from Pennsylvania on. All right, so we have Dan Carey's Basement, Dan Carey DCB. It says, Greg, thanks in advance. Sorry for the stupid question. Rather, I need to Cubase multiple tracks. I want to trim the front to a specific spot, all tracks at the same time. How do I do that? Okay. Just open up a different project here. All right, so let's say I want to, we'll select all of my tracks here, and I want to maybe trim to like where the cursor is. I think if we come here to maybe under edit, it might be under functions. Okay, so let's see if I just select maybe arrange with the range tool. And if I want to go to all right, so I think if we go to okay, so we say, okay, so let's say select from start to cursor. Let's see if we don't have the range selected here. Okay, so let's go from start to cursor. Let me just know that we can just come over here and just do a probably another approach. Let's just do split at cursor. And then we'll say from start to cursor. Let me see if that's just for the range. See if I just have that selected. All right, so now, so if we split at the, so if we move the cursor exactly where we want, so I'll just hide my lower zone, and then we say from the functions menu split at cursor, so we split, and now we could just come right over here and just say, okay, from the functions, or we'll, sorry, go to select, and we'll say from start to cursor, it's going to select all of those events. And then if you wanted to just delete, you could do that. We could also, when we do that, so go to edit, select, and we'll say from start to cursor. And now if I just hit, I think, so if you wanted to just like trim that, so again, just come over here and we could say edit, and then we want to from start to cursor. And then if you have this in like shuffle mode, I think if we just delete, then everything will be kind of pushed over. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Dan. All right, you want to trim the front to a specific spot. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, Michael Jensen asks, hi Greg, I use Cubase VST Pro a lot to record musicians sitting in other studios. Suddenly I can't log into VST. I run Cubase Pro 14. Is it correct that Steinberg have changed the login mode? So when you're doing, I assume it's a VST Connect. But when we come over here, let's get to the VST Cloud. So let's say, and I don't have one, don't have another computer on. But if we come over here to let me just create just a cue, give it a cue mix here. So bear with me just for a second. Okay, so once you are here, you could log in and kind of search for like the Steinberg. And I think I remember reading something, but if you kind of click here, then you could actually, let me see where. But you could, instead of looking for them on the site, you could actually just kind of give a number. But I think if you just, once you're kind of logged in, just click here, and then let me see if I could log in here real quick. See if I remember my password. Just try one more time. But you can do it from kind of searching by the username or by just clicking on and finding the number. Yeah, I may not be kind of set up, but kind of look, I think if you click like right here, that you could just simply look for the particular number, and then you could use the number for VST Connect Pro. And if you want to email me after, I could kind of just check and send you a quick screenshot of that where you could find that. All right, Andrew, great to see you back. Says hi, but since Greg is obviously on Mac and not Windows, so no Foo Enhanced Spectrum Analyzer for you, nor FooBar 2000 or switching averaging domains more useful in some Spectrum Analyzer VSTs. Yeah, so I've never run FooBar. I'm going to run Windows, for my personal studio, but not necessarily. I don't have the FooBar, so I'm not familiar with that. All right, so you see John Costigan joining from Kenosha, Wisconsin. And we see John Barry checking in from the southwest of England. Great to see you on, John. Hope you're well. Okay, so we see Andrew just says this may be a continuation. It says like logarithmic averaging mode for Melda production plugins were turned off. It makes it sensitive to transients within the same averaging time. Yeah, so I'm not familiar with the Melda production plugins, unfortunately. All right, and we have Reverend Howell just saying from Porthwyn in Wales. So thanks for joining us. Matt Elston, great to see you on. All right, and we see Andrew says impossibly squared averaging, squaring on averaging, and then taking a square root mode, which moves jerky even more than linear averaging. So I'm not sure if it's if that's for that Melda plugins or for the FooBar, but yeah, I don't know much about those. All right, James Dazell asks, hi Greg, the direct monitoring box is grayed out. How do I enable direct monitoring? So it depends on your operating system. So if you're on Mac OS, direct monitoring is not a part of core audio. Some of the audio interfaces that we, like some of the Steinberg or Yamaha interfaces, when you're running the particular Steinberg interface, we kind of bypass core audio, and then we could enable direct monitoring. But most of just about every other audio interface I know of, because core audio itself does not support direct monitoring, you'd have to set up the direct monitoring status within the particular audio interface. So check to make sure, if you're on Mac OS and you're not running a Steinberg interface, and direct monitoring will be grayed out. And it's just a limitation of core audio. But you could probably go into the little mixer applet for your audio interface and just enable it there. All right, so we have Makuach, Gatjang Officials is how do you add plugins that are in my folder into Cubase? And he's watching from South Sudan. So make sure, if it's VST3 plugins are automatically placed into a known folder, so we don't have to worry about folders. If it's with VST2 plugins, what you could do is go to your studio menu and come over to your VST plugin manager. And if you're on Windows platform, it's VST2 plugins. You could first enable VST2 plugins, and then you could set the VST2 plugin paths from here. So you may have to just click on the little information first to enable VST2 plugins, and then you could define the folder paths. But most, we'd always recommend doing VST3 versions for better stability and operations within your system. And those are automatically put into a known folder, so you don't have to worry about folders disappearing or moving, and installation is found easily. right, so we see Rick from Bratman Studio joining from Whittier, California. He's getting ready for breakfast and watching the Club Cubase live stream. All right, John's Odyssey just says, once I create pads using chord pads, is there a simple way to then turn those pads that have been created into note patterns? So if we have our chord pads, so let me switch back to... All right, so we'll come over here. So let's say we have our chord pads here. All right, and so let's say we have, and let me just go to this track and we have a MIDI plugin on. Let's just add the new MIDI track here. Yeah. Okay, so let's say we have, I have my chords here. So so what we want to do is a simple way to turn those pads that have been created into note patterns. All right, so we're just triggering these, but if we want it to take a note pattern from a, from a particular part, what we could do, so right now I'm just playing block chords. And if we come over and you see where it says playing chords here, we could say, okay, we want to do a pattern, and there's a number of different patterns that are included. So I'm going to do. Now, if we wanted to record that, all we would have to do is just, again, come over here, place Cubase into record, and so, and if we wanted to try and experiment with different chords, let's say, okay, I want piano. And if we wanted to, so there's a number of patterns that are there, but we could also just take patterns that are in our project as well. So if I say, oh, I really like this little lick that I played, I want that as the basis, and we could drag and drop. So we could just kind of drag and drop any pattern and trigger it with the chords as well. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do. All right, so we see from MacWatch, it says, I want to know how I can add my plugins into Cubase. They are not showing. So first, let me know if they're VST2 or VST3 plugins. If they're VST3 plugins, you want to make sure that when you go to your VST plugin manager, that they're not in the block list. We also have, and again, as I mentioned earlier, just click here in the VST2 if they're VST2 plugins, and make sure that you'll see the VST2 plugin paths. So you don't see that on Mac OS. It is an option when running in Apple Silicon, but you could just simply handle it right there. All right, So Pager's asking when is Cubase 15 released? So when it's done and finished and ready. So usually Steinberg announces and releases on the same day. So. All right, Uno Memento asks, for the sake of review, could you please guide me on how to make the alto and soprano tracks from lead vocal based on the chord track? Certainly. So let's come over here. Okay, so let's say first, like in this song, we don't have a chord track, and I just want to turn it down to.
Well, even now, I'm so in love with you, just like a long, long time ago.
All right, so I'm going to come over here. We're going to right-click. If I hold down the Control key, and then I'll just say, let's create chord events. All right, so I want to take just.
Do you recall the day we first met? That was a long, long time ago.
So let's say we want to, where they say, so a long, long time ago. At the end, we want to put in some harmonies. So.
Do you recall the day we first met? That was a long, long time ago.
All right, so when we could take our guitar part and drag it and we see our chords. So I want to just select that particular phrase I want to add the harmonies to. And then we go to the audio menu and let's choose generate harmony voices. We'll do 2. Now once I come over here, I'm just going to adjust kind of the volume down here. Let me just make this a little larger. All right, so when we now come over here, so that we have our harmony voices, and if we want to make sure that, so maybe this is more kind of like a tenor voice, and when we go to the chords, we select the track, go to the chords. We'll say single voice, so this will be soprano, and this will be alto. So if I wanted to come here.
First met, that was a long, long time ago.
And if we want to switch voices, I could say, okay, let's make it, we could have a variation. So we could say alto 2. And let's make this maybe tenor instead. So I'll just come here. So we go to our single voice. I could just try and experiment with different harmonies right there from the chord inspector tab.
The day we first met, that was a long, long time ago.
So you could switch the different harmony voices. So once you select the track, come over here, and then you could switch between, soprano, alto, tenor, bass, and each with a variation. All right. So we have someone asking, hello, how are you doing today? So I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Let me see if I could translate the name here. So see if it comes up. And doesn't really seem to come up. All right. But thanks for joining us. I think you might be from, was it Taiwan, if memory serves? All right, Andrew just asked, what are the advantages and disadvantages of taking a median of absolute value of audio data over RMS average, assuming both metrics use the same length, example 400 milliseconds. So, generally the RMS is a good, is a good reference to know kind of what your overall kind of your average loudness is. So, so having a good idea of what the median is of that, throughout a project is helpful, so that, for different delivery standards, what you're, what you need to do for your different delivery needs. All right, so we see from Dan Carty's Basement, just says, perfect, you are my hero. So thanks for joining. All right, so you see FlyV just says, also at startup, I get in our pop-up, says resolve missing files. Any way I can stop that? Thanks a bunch. So if you have like a missing files message, let's see, I think maybe this one may give me a missing files message. So we'll see if we could fix this here. So I'm going to revert, no, not this project. Let me just go to one of the other projects I may have. Let's see if I go to. Let's activate this one. All right, and let me revert this. See if we get a missing files message. All right, so here we have missing files. Okay, so I'm going to come over here, and in the media menu, I'm going to say remove unused media, and then let me save. Close this project. And open it and see if we have the missing files message. All right, so I think if we just come over like into your pool window, so let's come over. All right, so those files are probably now in the trash. So I'm going to empty the trash. And let me see if I can save again. Okay, so once we come here, so it's still looking for one. So I probably still have it in my project, so let's get to my pool window, see if so try to, come over to your media menu and then just choose remove unused media, and then probably empty the trash and see if that does the trick for you, FlyV. Okay, so we have a question. By the way, what is your favorite media player for playing audio as a producer? Mine is Foobar 2000. I tend to, when I'm kind of auditioning media, I tend to always, I don't do it a lot, but when I do, I often will be doing it kind of when I'm in auditioning media mode. I'm kind of in WaveLab. I could do it through MediaBay as well, and but I don't use a separate kind of media player. Just kind of, if I'm in Cubase, I would use Cubase to play it. All right, Antoine Van Kampen just says, follow-up regarding dubstep, just found out I could deregister sound libraries in the library manager, then they disappear in media. Yeah, so I'll show that. So if we come over to your library manager, should have thought of that as well. So if you go to like Cubase Nuendo, then you could remove right from there. Thanks for pointing it out, Antoine. All right, wonderful to see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat buddy is waving a paw hello. He's about to go to mobile. So he won't be typing and biking, but we'll be listening along. All right, we have Marvin Earl checking in from Newport, Rhode Island, saying hello to all the fellow Cubasers. All right, Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas is here. He's rewiring his mic pre-patch bay. Now his eyes are crossed. That's no fun. So Michael Teams is granted Jazz Dude 1 gallon of chocolate cherry mash ice cream. All right. So we see from Andrew, he just says, now I admit I'm not understanding Cubase at all, and so no longer post comments at all until I have a grasp of the Cubase once I purchase this, which is unlikely at all. Yeah, I mean, we're always happy to answer any Cubase questions, but I don't really, know foobar and stuff like that. So, but if you have Cubase questions, we're always here to help you. All right, so Yazian just says, what will be the replacement for VST Cloud? I would really love to see Synth V. So VST Cloud is just a menu where we have, where you could access VST Connect Pro. So I'm not sure we're going to replace a menu item. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer in from Yuma, Arizona. Great to see you. Hope you're well. All right, Michael Dennis just asks, how can you balance an audio selection into mono instead of stereo? If it's if you're bouncing, there's a couple different approaches. So let's say we have like a stereo file here. Okay, so if we're doing just like a bounce selection, so let's say if we go to audio to bounce selection, it's going to maintain the same channel width. If we like solo this track and we do like an export audio mix down, we could say, okay, I just want this to be a mono down mix, and I will choose to export it to an audio track. and then that would be just exported directly as a marker track right there. But that will kind of, but a lot of times, and if we wanted to take the track and convert it to mono, we could come over here and choose to, if we go to your project menu, we can convert tracks. You can say multi-channel to mono. So you could split it to mono like that on the tracks. We could probably, let's see if we send this to like a mono group. So let's say, okay, our configuration here would be a mono group. And now if we render this in place, let's see if this works. Then, because it's still going through the stereo out, it'll give us a stereo file. So probably the easiest way, if you want to just bounce something, to mono, is do the track configurations from your convert tracks, or when you do an export audio mix down, that it converts it to mono. You have the mono down mix option there. All right, Randy Lee has received 1 gallon of German chocolate cake ice cream from Michael Teams. All right, so we see from Ted Springman from Sherman Oaks, California. It says, "Hi Greg, can I record spoken lyric and production notes onto a muted talkback track and display the transcribed text?" So you could do that in Nuendo. Cubase doesn't necessarily have that function if you have spectral layers. Though, if you have Spectral Layers 12 Pro, there is a transcription function inside of Spectral Layers. So let me just see if I have. And we can show in Spectral Layers here, but it's one of the post-production features of Nuendo. So you can do markers and for ADR functionality. But let me just come over.
In language, infinite.
All right, so I'm going to take this particular phrase here, and I believe you have spectral layers. So if we come over here, let's get to I always forget where this is at. Let me just. Where is it at? I think I've unmixed transcription. I think this is. All right, and so now we can see the transcription at the bottom here, and I think that we could just export that. So if we come, so we see if we right click, then we can say export transcript. We will just call it TED transcript. Save it to our desktop, and we could do this as just a normal text file if we wanted to. So do you have different file formats? You do it as a CSV file, and if you have Nuendo, you could import it as a CSV file with the times. So I'm just going to do a quick text file here. And let's go open up our text file. I could copy that. Let's come over here to our project menu, and we can say, let's go to our project notepad and paste. And then you could have kind of all of your notes. So we could say, if we just listen to the transcription here from Spectral Layers, I'll just solo it here.
In language, infinitely many words can be written with a small set of letters. In arithmetic, infinitely many numbers can be composed from just a few digits with the help of the symbol 0, the principle of position, and the concept of base.
So that's how you could kind of record like notes for a session as an audio file and transcribe it, and then you could actually store this within the project notepad or on a notepad within a particular, you could save it as a text file, paste, copy, paste, and have that in your project notepad so that you could always have like a text description that goes along with the words. So again, go to your project menu, to notepads, any notes that you have, you can just simply transcribe. So within Spectral Layers, again, you want to, under the modules, unmixed transcription, and then you'll see the transcription kind of at the bottom here, and you could just simply right click at the bottom. You could edit the transcript if you need to, and you could see that you could have the different timestamps here. So if you have Nuendo, you could import that as a CSV file, and that will turn it into markers so that all of the notes will come in at the exact time for you. But you could just simply now at that point, just or copy, export it as text, and paste it into the project notepad so that it will always live with the particular project. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Ted. Great to see you on. Okay. Jazz Dude's reminding everyone of the Nuendo anniversary sale, so 50% off of sales and updates. And Ted has received 1 gallon of pomegranate swirl ice cream from Michael Teams. All right, see, Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of lemon meringue pie ice cream. Sounds like a great flavor. Thank you. All right, so FlyV says, nice, that worked as well, Greg. Appreciate your help. So, all right, so Michael Dennis just says, so every time I right click to bounce selection, whether selection is a stereo or mono, it always bounces as stereo, and sometimes I need it bounced as mono. How can I achieve that? So I think mono files will stay mono if you're doing the bounce selection. So let me just check, see. go to a different project real quick. Okay, so if I have, like, all these files here are mono, so let's say I want to bounce this. So I go to audio to bounce selection, it retains its channel width, as we can see, so it's still a mono file. When we go to render in place, so let's come over here, I'll go to my render settings, I'm going to say dry, and now we could come over here and we render the mono file dry, then it will automatically show up as a mono file. It's when this processing is going through effects that have stereo and we include like the stereo effects, that's when it gets processed in stereo. So if we, in the render in place, again, just kind of when you go to the render settings, if you just choose, and let's say if I do channel settings, which would be the EQs, I think that would retain the same channel width. Yeah, so it's often when it's going to a group or it's going out to stereo effects processing that will change. So the top two will automatically be routed. So when you go to render in place, if it's a mono file, let me just import that. So, and we go to the render in place settings, the top two, if it's a mono file, will maintain it as mono unless the channel settings were switched to stereo here, then it's going to switch to stereo because you're hearing, the goal is to render the file as you hear it. So if this is set to stereo and you have a, then when we render in place, since this is on a stereo track, we do a render in place. And let's choose that. Now, since it's a stereo track, I think it'll come out stereo. But if it's a mono track, then it's just going to come out as mono. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Michael. All right, so Lawal Aluwase, Michael, just saying hello to everyone. All right, Anthony Clark, just wishing everyone a happy Friday. Thanks for joining us today, being on the live stream. So we see Charles Parente says, does Nuendo have a smaller user base than Cubase, and does Nuendo receive updates at the same frequency as Cubase? So generally their updates are pretty consistent with each other. So once a round of like maintenance fixes has been done for Cubase, then it's, applied and Nuendo will be updated. So Nuendo is a smaller user base because, more people. One, it's more expensive than Cubase, and I think that more people would use the music production features in Cubase, and while they're the same in Nuendo, Nuendo is going to be for game audio professionals. If you're doing post-production, you're doing lots of immersive, like multi-bed Dolby Atmos MPEG-H, you're doing dialogue transcription. So the people that do that are a smaller group of people then do like songwriting, composition, making beats. So but both are great programs. We could think of Nuendo as having all of the features of Cubase plus some very advanced audio, professional audio production tools and workflows. And, it's like the air is thin at the top of the mountain. So not everyone needs those particular features. More people, are kind of recording songs than doing audio post-production. So it's just kind of a numbers game. And that's why there's more Cubase users than Nuendo users. All right, Michael Dennis. Let's see. I'm sorry. Sorry, let me. Okay, so let me just see. I see Michael Dennis just says, "What about the method where you right-click?" Let me. So every time I right-click to do bounce selection. All right, so let me just, okay, so I think this right-click to bounce selection, it is always bounce selection, whether the selection is stereo, it always bounces as stereo. All right, so let me just come over here. I'm going to bounce this. So say you right-click, and I'm not sure if you're doing your bounce from here, bounce selection. So you can see that it's mono, and then it's, you know, the file created was mono. But again, check to make sure if your channel here where we see the little circle, if we see two circles, and then I bounce selection, it may show up as two circles. So just be aware of that, but it seems to be maintaining the channel width. All right, from Steve Green, who asks, hi Greg, I imported a MIDI pattern from an external drum machine, SR16. What's the quickest way to assign the MIDI notes to my Groove Agent kit? All the notes to the correct pads, kick to kick, ride to ride. So what I would do if we had MIDI information, all right, I'll just import kind of a quick drum pattern from a different device. Okay, so we open this, and let's say now at this point, we're playing it back, and this is coming from a different, so this is coming from like a Halion Sonic kit, so we play it. And I want this to play back through like a Groove Agent kit. So let me just add a instrument track. So let's add a Groove Agent kit. Okay. I'm going to just kind of double click here. We're going to create, let me just, all right, so I'm just going to open up a quick pattern here. So I'm going to go to my Groove Agent. I'm going to load up a particular pattern. I loaded Groove Agent, but it could be the same. So let's say, okay, I want to play these sounds. All right, so I'm going to come over here. An easy way to do this is just to say, we'll see drum map, and I'm going to say, let's just do a quick drum map setup, and I'm going to make a new drum map here. So, okay, so we'll call it October 17th. Okay. So now what I want to do is we're going to open this up. We'll go to, I'm going to assign that drum map, the October 17th one that we just made. I'm going to just go ahead and copy this data over. Okay, now once that we have a drum map, I could extend this over to the right. So let's say I'm going to just do a quick loop on this particular pattern. All right, and then we have in note and out note. So I'm just going to come over here. let's make sure I have this. This is in the right MIDI channel. So I'm going to go ahead and change all of the MIDI channels here to 1. And I can do that all within the drum map as well. All right, so let's say, okay, I'm not sure what this sound was, but this is probably going to be a snare, so I want this to be D1. Now let's say this is probably going to be F sharp 1. So at this point, we could just and you could just kind of come over here and reassign. So this way we could send it out to any device that we wanted to. So if I wanted to just simply, you know, have some drum sounds come from Groove Agent, some from, and this way if I just switch kits, so once you kind of make a drum map, make an empty drum map, then once you have that, you could reassign the in notes to any out note, and you could send it to any MIDI device. So again, to kind of start the process, go to your drum map under the routing tab, and then you could just say, okay, I want to take this, and where we see your drum map, just make go to your drum map setup, click on your plus sign, make a new drum map, and then you could just come right over here and reassign whatever the in note is. So we have I note, in note, and then we could remap that I note to an O note, which is the out note, which is the correct sound for whatever device you're listening to. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we see from Michael Dennis, says, how can you also record to stereo through an input on your audio interface? So if you're recording, you know, what you'd want to do ideally, you know, is have a stereo source, so 2 channels. So we would go to your studio menu to audio connections, go to your inputs here. And then you could just simply add a bus. So say, okay, we want to add a stereo bus. We've now added a stereo in. So we could say, okay, we want this to be input 1 and input 2. And at this point, we can just, when we go to add an audio track, we could choose our input. So we could say, okay, I want to go to my stereo in, or we could say, I want it to go to input 1 and 2 right here on my stereo and add the track. And that way it's going to capture and record on whatever sources are connected to inputs 1 and 2 as your stereo in on your track. All right, so we see from Florence, says, hi again, thanks for your support. When I work in Cubase, I don't have anything else opened in the background. The window, the hub is closed. I reinstalled Cubase. Nothing seems to work to make this appear. So if you go to, you know, I think you have a hub menu. So let's see if you open the hub there. If that doesn't work, you could also try to, like when you start Cubase, you mentioned you're on Windows 10, so if we hold down Alt Control Shift right after launching, I'll just open up a new window 14 here. You could start it in safe mode. And so as soon as you click, you'll get this, and you'll say, okay, do you want to use the current program preferences? And you could try to say disable the program preferences. And then when you start up, this will be like all of your preferences are reset. Any of the user preferences, which sometimes can get corrupted. So you may have to define your audio interface again. And then see if that kind of makes the hub appear. So try, like, as you boot up, hold down Alt Control Shift and just start the program. And then right after you click Start, hold down those 3 buttons, and then try to temporarily disable the program preferences and see if that makes a difference for you, Florin. Okay, so we see Monte de Sinai says, when is the update? So is it update for Cubase? So, you know, if you're asking like for Cubase 15, you know, so it's going to be announced the day that it is available. And the next live stream after that, we'll do a nice long walkthrough. All right, FlyV asks, my MIDI controller has 2 buttons I want to set up to use. One is a sync button and the other is a cue button. Are those usable for what functions? As long as they transmit MIDI, they are usable. So usually what sync would allow you to do, if you were synchronizing to external time code or MIDI clock, you could activate sync from that, and a cue button. So, you know, I'm not sure if that would, you know, if that's designed in a controller for something else, but as long as they transmit MIDI, you know, you could add them to your device here and just have it automatically, you know, you could assign whatever function as long as the MIDI remote is assigned and created here. Then you should be all set. Okay, so at Root Screen, great to see you back on. Thanks for joining us this evening. He's from Southeast in the UK. FlyV just mentions, he says, I moved my microphone closer to my chair this week. It looks and is way better spot for it with its backdrop and filter. Yeah. Just making sure that things are, you know, always accessible and quick to access, is, you know, and set up. You know, it's always interesting. I remember being in my friend Fred Corey, who's a composer and kind of recovering rock star, we'll say. You know, and just watching him work, you know, it's just like when he wanted to record something real quick, he just always had like an AKG 414 hooked up. If he wanted to add some percussion, he could walk over here and everything was kind of just set up and very ergonomic. You know, my friend Ken Jacobson, he had a kind of a great quote. We were discussing kind of workflows with control surfaces, and he's like, my arms don't get any longer, you know, so making sure that things are within reach, you know, is also like really handy as well. So ergonomics of setup can make a big difference. Okay. Okay, so Jazz Dude shared a link with some basic sound design function in Nuendo. So thanks for sharing that. All right, great to see Tim Weinheimer checking in from Mission Viejo, California. All right, Michael Dennis is asking, what are some of the hardware you'll need to do surround mix in Cubase or audio for film productions? So most of the film productions, you know, if you're not doing like Dolby Atmos, you know, I think most people are doing like film mixing, are going to be doing a lot of 5.1 work, so you would need an audio interface with probably, most people would get 8 outputs. If you're thinking of going to like a Dolby Atmos, you'd probably want at least 12 analog outputs or 12 outputs that could be fed into speakers. There are ways of doing binaural monitoring, but I think if you're doing film stuff, you should have the physical speakers. So, Cubase can, have, connections with those. So in my setup, I have my studio, I have a stereo monitoring system, and I have a 5.1 monitoring system. So my 5.1, so I take 8 analog outputs from my audio interface to feed all of my speakers. You would want to have, if you're doing film mix, at least like a 5.1 setup or 7.14. And that's just going to be the number of speakers. Some people could try to do stuff binaurally. I don't think if you're doing kind of film stuff, that it would give you kind of the same results as what you're going to be hearing in a theater. Kind of often you have to kind of monitor for your deliverable formats, and most people, if it's for film, the intention is to be ideally played back in a theater where it's going to have multiple speakers. So, so I would say an audio interface with 8 outputs, or 12 if you want to get into more immersive Dolby Atmos, your Cubase, and speakers that could connect to the outputs of your audio interface. All right, great to see Soren. He's joining us after a session of role-playing Demons and Dungeons. He's going to join us now. Since Dragons and Demons is a role-playing game. Thanks for joining us. Always great to have you on. So we see from Soren, says, Greg, I asked about missing sounds in MediaBay before. Now it seems I have doubles of all / many WAV files. I wish to clean up at least one of the 2 works. So, I mean, it's hard to know. It could be if they're in different. So, one, check to see if they're in different folders or if they're in the same folder. So if you look at it in MediaBay and do a search, search within the particular folder. So if you have like 2 folders, figure out, you could figure out which folder is going to be referenced. So, if we come over to MediaBay, if we say, okay, I want to search on my computer for, bass. And now I have a lot of files called bass. Okay, now if I delete one of the files that's in a particular folder, so it's probably better to maybe search for within particular folders. So if we say, okay, I want to come over here to my project folder and I'm looking for bass in this. So now I can see all of my bass parts within this folder. And if I know that this is the folder, I think if you look at the whole drive and just delete duplicates, that those duplicates may be used in a project, and it may, while it may have the same name, if, the project is going to look into a particular folder to open up that audio file. And if you had deleted that audio file, then that could be kind of problematic for you later. So just be careful when you do it. So, you may have to kind of say, okay, this folder, and determine, okay, this is the folder that's being used in this project, and this is kind of like a duplicated folder. So I could, if the project isn't looking into the duplicated folder, then I could get rid of that. And if you have a lot of projects, one way to kind of, if you're just totally, can't figure it out, or it's really inconsistent, that's when you could do the backup projects and put that into a separate distinct folder, and then you could get rid of files. But be careful that you don't erase like all the files that a project is looking for, and you leave the duplicated file folder there just because the two files had the same name. So all right, so Michael Dennis says, I downloaded Halion contents, but I can't access some of the contents. Some of them also has this red asterisk sign before them. In short, how can I process all of my Halion content? So when you go to the Steinberg, don't just download content from the Steinberg download assistant. So you want to, so when you go to the download assistant here, you want to make sure is you could download everything, but if you don't have licenses for it, that's when you get the little red symbol to the left of the name. So what you want to do, all right, so here you can see that it's going to update my MediaBay when I start. Here, I'll just cancel the update for now, just show this. All right, so you'll see a whole area called My Products. So when you come over here, you can say, okay, these are my products. And you see that this section here is all products, separate license required. So if you don't have a particular, if you don't see it under my products, then if you install, 400 libraries that you haven't paid for, they're not going to show up. And you can go to the library manager, you could see what licenses that you have activated in your activation manager. So don't just go and download a bunch of stuff that you don't have licenses for. So you could see, okay, these are my licenses that are activated. Now you may have some that are not activated that you purchased. So you could just simply kind of check that out, but look at your activated licenses. If you don't see the Halion content that you're trying to open, and you could determine that. So if we come over here and say, okay, I go to my VST instruments, I go to Halion, and if I click here and I see all red circles with kind of the horizontal line through it, I know I don't have that library. Then to get rid of it, you could just go to the library manager as we showed earlier. And you'll see your Halion content, and you could just remove the licenses that you don't have. And then that will stop it from showing up there. So just don't go and download content. All the content that you have will be available to access, but just because you have Halion doesn't mean that every Halion library that's been developed for it is free. So just be aware of that. All right, wonderful to see Val checking in from Vienna. And he's in a session preparation for tomorrow. But he's going to start the weekend with this live stream. FlyV says, I think I'll set up sync button as a quantize button. That's great. That's something that you're going to be using quite a bit. So any function that you find yourself going to a keyboard shortcut or kind of menu diving for, set it up as a function on your remote, and that will save time and speed up your workflow. All right, so wonderful to see Kerwin Young. It says, glad to catch up with you all today and receive some amazing info from Greg Hundo. Hopefully I won't disappoint. But thanks for joining us. Always wonderful to have you on, Kerwin. And let me know if you're still in Chapel Hill. All right, and we have Cornell joining from the Netherlands. Thanks for being online this evening, your time. Uno Memento is just telling people to not forget to hit the like button. Okay, Ted Springman says, hi Greg, suppose I import drum stems in sessions in measures 1 through 100, set definition for tempo. Now I want to create an arrangement between measures 200 through 500, but then won't the new tempo be out of sync? All right, so let me just actually, let me just do a quick. We'll show it here real quick. Okay, so let's say I have just a couple of measures of drums here. Just take that out, sorry. All right, so what I want to do is let's do a tempo detection of this. All right, so I'll just remove this track here. So I may do like overheads. All right, so if I turn on my metronome now. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to my project menu and we'll go to tempo track to tempo. I'll just go to my tempo detection here. Okay, so now we have okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to take my tempo track, let's move it up to the top here. All right, and I'll take my 1/4 measure. So we have a tempo track and a signature track that have been created. Okay, so let's put we have like all right, so it's like right here, the downbeat is we have a pickup note. So we want to say we're going to say 4/4, starting right at that point in time. And I'll just kind of create a quick loop of this. Okay, so we have like tempo variations here. I'll just kind of check my loop at the end here, just make sure. All right, so say we'll just kind of trim this. So now if I wanted to duplicate this, I'm just going to reread the question, make sure I'm not missing out. Okay. It says, and we said, all right, so we have stems, it measures 1 through 100 set definition from tempo. Now I want to create an arrangement between measures 200 through 500, but want the tempo be out of sync. So if we've done our tempo detection, so I'm going to select all of the files here. Okay, and what I want to do now is come right over here and we will say audio to advanced. Before I do this, I'm going to select, just do a global select. So let's say first off, if I wanted to come here, if I wanted those tempo changes to be the same, I could go to select and we could do so let's say I'm selecting my tempo and this. So now if I duplicate our tempo track, is automatically kind of carried over for us. So we could see that the tempo track, if it's selected, that we could duplicate with the particular tempo track. Now, if we wanted to do like a quick, so now if we wanted the tempos to be different, I could just come over here. Let's do audio, advanced, set definition from tempo. And now at this point, if I have tempo changes, so I'll make copies of this. And now I could have it be like a perfectly steady tempo. I want it to speed up and slow down. So if we wanted to ramp up, or let's say the next time I want it to be perfectly steady when it plays this instance. So these files will react and follow whatever tempo change information we have. So again, if I want to come here, we could just kind of put in and we could have that kind of jump as well. So when you copy it, you could copy the tempo data with it if you wanted to, and kind of do a global copy and paste. So, if we wanted to, I think if we come over and then when you paste the tempo information with the track, still automatically be the same. But after you do the after you do the tempo detection and go to your audio to advanced to set definition from tempo, then those particular events will follow whatever tempo changes you have. So if you wanted to automatically, just say, okay, I want to take these tempo events, and you could hold down your Alt key and, move them around. So if you wanted to copy and paste your tempo, you could do that as well. So whatever tempo, once you've done the once you've gone to audio to advance to set definition from tempo, then it's going to follow whatever the tempo track is set to. Let me know if that makes sense or if I confused you more. All right, Andy Gerald asks, Cubase really needs to make it so when you merge an arranger track with different tempos, all the audio files merge in their complete form. That does not happen now if you have more than 2 tempos. All right, so let me... All right, so let's just grab a quick... All right. Okay, so let's say we have 2 different loops here. All right, so let's come over here and I'm just going to create a different tempo I'm going to create a tempo map that's changing between these. All right, so now when we play, all right, so we have our two tempos. So let's add an arranger track. All right, so say I want to go A, C, B, A, B. All right, so now we'll do our arranger track. All right, then it's going to change our tempo. All right, so we're back to our original tempo, then it's going to change tempos again. All right, then stop. Okay. All right, so we have our two different tempos. So when you merge an arranger track with different tempos. So let's come over here. So let's see if you're merging, or let's say if we flatten the chain. All right, let me I'll flatten the chain in the same. So here we can see that the different tempos, so I'm not sure if you have your tracks in musical mode. So I'm not sure if this is what you mean by merging, but let's go ahead and just kind of test it. So this part's going to play at this tempo. The other part's going to play at the faster tempo. And we see that the arranger tracks automatically. Then just the drums can be at slower tempo. So I'm not sure. Let's see if I go back to where I was and just see if I'm look for the term merge. If you're so let me know if by merge you mean kind of like flattening the chain. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. And let me know, Andy, if I did something differently than you did, or if I'm misunderstanding. But it seems to kind of work as expected for me, but just let me know. All right, we have Balsa checking in from Montenegro. Thanks for joining us. See, Michael Dennis says, thanks, Greg, for the wonderful tips. You're welcome. All right, so we see Kerwin still at UNC Chapel Hill. It's teaching a hip-hop class. How cool is that? Cornell says demolishing like buttons is his passion. All right, we see Peter checking in from Montreal. Great to see you on. All right, so we see from FlyV just says I was thinking of buying specklers, but then I realized I already own Isotope RX8, which is pretty close to the same thing. Can afford it without being put on a plan. So Yeah, just, generally there's going to be sales throughout the years, so check out upcoming sales. All right, and Michael Teams has granted Peter 1 gallon of chocolate eclair ice cream. And Kerwin Young has received 1 gallon of caramel praline ice cream. All right, Ball says a question on an effects send track. Is there a way to see what audio tracks have it as a send effects? I found an effects send track in a big project and don't know if it's used somewhere. Okay, so let's say I'll duplicate come over here. Let me just okay, so let's say I have like these tracks here that are going to an effect send. So I'm going to add an effects track to these. So let's say, okay, let's come over here. I want to go to the studio delay. And these tracks I want to go to like a reverb. Or we'll just do, just do a reverb quickly here. Okay, so when we go to our effects track, one of the cool things that a lot of people don't know, so let's say we come over to, if we open up a track, if we look at the top here, we can say we are on our effects send here. So this is our RoomWorks. So let's say we want to go up to our different track. All right, so we'll say, okay, I'm here, and this stereo track, and we can see that this track has 2 targets. Okay, so this track is being sent to 2 different places. So we could just kind of come over here. One is we could just take a look at the target. So this is going to our stereo out and our studio delay. So let's say I'm on my studio delay return channel. So I'm here, I want to go to, and I open this up. We could see that, there's 3 sources that are feeding this effects channel. So what sources are feeding that? So when we click here, we could actually see these 3 tracks are feeding into the studio delay. So where you see the name here, just click to the left of that and you could see what tracks are feeding into that group, into that effects end. So if I want to come over to my reverb, I can say, what tracks are feeding into this reverb? You could just immediately see that there are 3 sources feeding into the reverb, and the reverb is going out to the stereo out. So when we click just to the icon right there, we can see that these 3 tracks, and if I want to see kind of the full path, let's say I'm on this loop track. This loop track is coming from the 2-track input being fed to 2 different destinations, but we could also click here. And then like if we want to have, particular tracks, so let's say my stereo in track, when I come over here, we can say, our 3 sources are feeding this, but we could, also just kind of come right over here and say, okay, when I go to this track, we could open up and you could see kind of the full output path as well. So just look here, select your effects channel track, and then you could see your 3 sources and what those sources are. So give that a try, Balsa. All right, so Peter is happy with his chocolate Eclair Ice Cream says perfect timing is latte. Will be ready in about a minute or so. Oh, latte sounds good. All right, you broke the cardinal rule. I can't have my mocha until after the live stream's over. But all right, Stephen asks, hi Greg, pardon my ignorance, can a logical editor be a real-time processor for inbound MIDI data? If so, can you run multiple instances doing different things? So the logical editor itself is primarily to process existing data. Now, if we want to process incoming data, like if we wanted to filter out particular MIDI data, we could come over to we have something. If you go under the routing, there's two different approaches that you could take. Like if you wanted to filter out or raise an octave, we could go to what's called the input transformer, and this will use kind of the similar logic. So when you come over here, and we could say, I want to, let's activate, and here we could say, okay, I want to, take these notes, and I want to, increase their pitch by 1 octave. And I want to make sure that their velocity will only be set to 88. So we could do stuff like that. Now so we could use kind of this Boolean logic to take incoming MIDI data if we didn't want to necessarily have it on the way, and that could filter out different notes, different velocity ranges. So we could utilize the input transformer, but there's also, if you wanted to have stuff interact in real time, if we go to the MIDI insert effects, so let's come over here to our MIDI inserts, and once we come over here, if we go to the transformer, so this won't necessarily, we could have it, but if we wanted to do it for live use, there's a number of presets that we could use. It's going to be very similar to the logical editor right here, but it may not like send data to a different track. But if you wanted to have kind of logical editor conditions in real time, you could just use the transformer plugin. And again, just come over here to the MIDI inserts, and then you could have the transformer. But the logical editor, kind of the design intention, I believe, was to process existing MIDI data. If you wanted to process data on the way in for filtering, the input transformer is great for that, or transposition, or I want my sustain pedal to trigger a kick drum, so that I could just simply hit my sustain pedal and the kick drum will sound, at C1. And if we wanted more kind of logical editor, like more complex conditions, but we didn't want it to filter out data on the input, but just to process it, that's when we could go to the transformer MIDI insert plugin. So thanks for your question, Stephen. All right, great to see Benny checking in from Sweden. And we have Lawrence Koch checking in from Barn Door Recording. See Michael Pierce joining from Grand Chapel Studios in England. Thanks for being online. Always great to see you. All right, Anthony Clark just says, hi Greg, can you explain how to ID a project in Cubase and the use of ISRC as I export only and want to ID some projects? I got Sonic's Pro Codec and Wavelab, but sometimes to mix and master in Cubase. So there isn't really a way to embed an ISRC code in Cubase, so it's kind of done directly in WaveLab. Let me just look. I'll just make sure there's not like a MediaBay field for it. So you could do a unique ID. There's some chunk information, but so here we can put a lot of different like metadata for broadcast wave files. You could put library name, CD set name, CD name, CD track number, but I don't think that there's ISRC code. We could put one in, but I don't think that the ISRC code would be recognized. So we could put in metadata as text, but I don't think it would be recognized by other devices. So it had to be, if you wanted to insert ISRC codes, you have to put it into WaveLab. Okay, reading through comments. All right. All right, Lawrence has received 1 gallon of chocolate peanut butter ice cream. Sounds like good flavor. All right, Fly-V says, my last question is a new, really hard one, Greg. How can I set up MixKey to cooperate with OBS on YouTube? Or are they both same sort of thing? So if you have MixKey set up, and you could ask as many questions as you want, we would come over here. Let's see if I could do this without destroying my live stream. All right, so when we have this kind of set up here, so we have MixKey, when we go to kind of the settings, you know, what we could do at this point is, like if I wanted to take, if I have my microphone, Safari, let's say Cubase, the audio from that, I could now, if, you know, send. So let me just, I don't want to change my stream settings to mess up the audio of the stream. But when we come over here, what we do is go to your audio input, and you'd select the driver, and then here you would see MixKey. So you see the MixKey stream, you'd want to use that port. So now every source that's being fed directly into is being fed into MixKey is now going out to OBS, and what you'd want to do in OBS is have your stream key, and that connects it to the live stream, so the output of the live stream directly into YouTube for your live streams. Or it could go, you could take, you know, MixKey stream as the audio source for, you know, Zoom or for Microsoft Teams, or like doing broadcasts like this. So that's kind of the intention, is everything kind of gets, the different sources get fed into the software mixer, and then all that is unified as a single device that is accessible for your stream output. All right, so we see Andy Gerald said Flatten was right. I think it has to have 3 tempos or more. Maybe I use Cubase for live, and when I flatten, not all the audio files have the full file. Anyway, I could send a vid. So yeah, you can share a link to a video at Club Cubase at steinberg.de. I'll try with, I'll just kind of go back here, and I'll put in some more tempos. Give me just a second. All right, so let's say. Okay, so now let's just listen to it here. And I'll just have this kind of do. We'll ramp that up. All right, I'll just make this a little more extreme. So let's come over here. Let's flatten the chain again. So it looks like, I mean, with multiple tempo changes there. So it looks like everything is kind of behaving as expected, but yeah, please share like a video link with me at the Club Cubase at steinberg.de. I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. Always wonderful to see Tiago joining from Brazil. Thanks for being online with us. All right, Michael Dennis just says, how do you set up your mix? How do you also set up various mix buses or groups during your mix? So there's a lot of people, that, do really well financially mixing, and they will have very common things set up because for them time is, very critical. I tend, and I'm not mixing professionally anymore, but I would always approach each song kind of differently. I find sometimes when people are using lots of templates that all their mixes tend to sound the same, and that could be really good for a while if that's kind of like the hot mix. But then if it's kind of the same mix over and over and over again, that people are always looking kind of for fresh new sounds. So like, I know some people that, have very carefully, they know that, okay, I'm going to always do this to the drums. I'm always going to have a parallel bus on the drums. I'm always going to have guitars panned this way. And they come up with their own formula. Personally, what I try to do is to mix to what's in the song. So if I have a song like this, I would probably be doing, different. And so I would probably do a different approach to that song than compared to this song. Where now, when we come over here, we'll just, different instruments. If you're only doing hip hop or you're only doing hard rock stuff, where, your mix can be formulaic or soundtracks, that's fine.
We first met, that was a long, long
But I would mix
time.
those two songs really differently, and I wouldn't try to make the guitar in this fit the guitar in the rock track. But lots of people, will have a reverb that's available, a delay that's available. They may have, they may have groups for drums and vocals, like background vocals, a group track for, MIDI and keyboards, and they may have, if they know that they're going to be doing like rock stuff, they may have a parallel bus set up, a parallel kind of dynamics set up so that they don't have to do that all the time. So, if you find yourself like, okay, I'm mixing the same album, like, I want consistency in this entire album project, I would just, save the mix as a preset, or just simply load in, multiple songs into one project so you could quickly navigate to and from different sessions. I used to, like in the old days when we would synchronize to tape, lots of people would always, do like their MIDI time code and their sync offsets so that it matched up to the tape. But what I would do is just simply have all of my songs in one project so that wherever the tape was, I would have one project. And if, we sped up to, 22 minutes in the tape, when the tape hit play, I didn't have to reload the project. I had all my projects that were synchronized for each reel of tape. And that way I could have my vocals set up very consistent from song to song. The drums could be set up the same way from song to song. So I think it could make sense if you're doing it like for consistency factor to have all of your projects in one kind of master project if you want to. You can say, is this louder or softer than, is track 7, is the guitar brighter than track 3? And I find that as people are working on projects and maybe you don't have 4 weeks of time just to go through the album that you're working on one song, and then you stop, you take a break, maybe you get some new equipment, you incorporate the new equipment in songs. And when people send me records, I'm like, okay, yeah, I could tell which song was recorded first and which one was recorded last, because there's kind of inconsistencies, and and probably the quality of the song they worked on last was better, and they've kind of dialed stuff in. So I personally tend not to use. I want to approach. And I know some of my favorite mixing people will have templates, and they do really well, and they're kind of like a factory of mixing rock music or mixing R&B music, and they do really well with that. I personally do the approach of whatever the song is presented to me, I try to mix to that song. But, I'm not doing it full time, where I'm trying to get through, 3 mixes in a day. So it could really depend. All right, so Michael Team's telling us that Gareth says, howdy to everyone from Bilbao, Spain. All right. See Lawrence from Barn Door Recording, happy with his ice cream flavor. All right, so we see Gareth says we should have Gartha book 2 with drums for next week. That's great. All right. All right, so we see Andy sent an email, so it's great. Thanks. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. So we see from Flyv says, I also got a new sustain pedal for my keyboard. Last item I really need is a guitar or a bass instrument. So it's good to build up your equipment. So and have access to all the tools you need. All right, Paul D asks, hi Greg, did Cubase previously save MIDI remote scripts in XML format? I have an XML for an Akai MIDI mix, which is for Cubase. If so, is there a way to convert it to the current format, which is, as far as I know, JSON? So if it is a kind of, we'll call it like the legacy. So sometimes if we come over here to the generic remote, so let's come over here, let's just generic remote here. So I think that when we saved these, that these would be configured as that these are going to be like imported and exported as XML files. And this is kind of a different system than what we see in the current MIDI remote. So there isn't necessarily a conversion from one to the other. So they're kind of two separate systems. So you could try, let's see if we export this. All right, so I'm just going to export the script and I'll just check the format on it. So this is a .MIDI remote. So if it's a .xml, it's probably going to be for the legacy generic remote, and there isn't a way to translate the generic remote setup to the MIDI remote, but there's lots of MIDI remote like profiles and presets that are available, so check online as well. If you go to the Cubase forum, there's kind of an area where people can upload and download different different MIDI remote scripts, and there's probably one for MIDI mix. It's already done there. All right, great to see Graham Witcher on from Oxford, England, where he's smashed the like button. All right, so we see Flyv just says within audio input capture and MixKey, the only thing that shows up is my devices channels. There's no MixKey stream in there. Okay, so is it you're not seeing the MixKey stream in the? All right, so as soon as let me just go over to MixKey. All right, so we come. Say we go to MixKey here. All right, so we come over here. And here's kind of all of our sources. So you click on this icon, and then as these are added in, at this point, let's see if you go to the settings, and let's say audio. So at this point, you'd set to stream output, and we could choose this to go to the mix stream. So you could choose your different monitor output, but here is where you could just say, okay, now I want this to be set to the MixKey stream. So check in the settings, and then go to the audio tab, make sure they have the MixKey stream set up there. See, Uno Momento is giving away a pint of beer for all the ice cream that Michael Teams has granted. All right, so see that Graham Witcher is waiting for Mr. Pierce's soup recipes from Michael Pierce. Okay, Michael Pierce says, I'm currently thinking about templates. I mean, I have a tracking template at work, well, about 5 of them, but no mixing template. But equally, I build templates for individual projects. Arg. So I think it's, I sometimes don't like to make, it's probably a little more work, but I think that the songs and the projects can benefit from not having a template. If you're kind of a particular, if you're a mix person, like a mixer who's known for a very particular sound, and I'm going to mixer X because he does this really well. He's the best hip hop guy. He's the best rock guy. He's the best classical guy. It's fair for them to have templates. But if you're working on a lot of different types of projects, I think it's better to kind of approach it on the project level. All right, so just see Anthony Clark just saying Cubase default compressor. Let me see if I missed. It looks like maybe it's part of a second part of a question. Let me see if I get. So Anthony, let me know if I missed like the first part of your question. I saw your last question. I just kind of scrolled up about the project ID and ISRC codes, but it looks like maybe I missed the first part of your question. So if I missed your first part of your question, just if you could repeat it, that way I could get it answered for you. All right, so Diamond District Studios says, hello guys, my question was skipped last time. It says, when importing OMF into Nuendo 13, how can I import to the cursor point? It defaults to the project start position or timecode position. All right, so let me so I think, OMF, kind of the intention is that it's going to import at the same time. Let's just create an OMF file here real quick. All right, let me just test it here. Okay, so I'm just going to move these to their origin. Make sure that they're at the same spots here. Okay. Okay, so we're going to start at roughly measure 70, a little after measure 70 in this. So let's export the OMF. Okay. Okay, so let's do Right, so we could import it at the time code, at time code position, or the absolute time. So let's come over here. All right, so you see that, so kind of the concept is that when we transfer files that OMF will maintain their time position, which is often critical. But if we wanted to, move the files to the cursor, I could select that and we go to your edit menu and you could say move start to cursor, which you could just hit Shift L and move it to the cursor if you needed to. But, the concept of being able to have everything in the same exact time so that you could send projects back and forth if they're synchronizing to video, that's kind of the intention there with OMF. All right, Michael Teams just says, if you're not on a Cubase Discord, you're missing a great Cubase resource. It's free, plenty of help there also. Join today, it's free and a great resource. All right, Tiago says, feature requests in each mixer window configuration. I'd like to maintain each zoom appearance with its configuration. All right, so. Okay, so I'll just. Just make sure here. Okay, yeah, I could pass that along as kind of a feature request for that. So thanks for the suggestion. All right, so you see Anthony Clark just says templates are really helpful if you're using a number of similar routing and same effects, that your sound signatures plus coloring, etc. will be still a kick drum, etc. All right, Uno Memento says we have 94 likes right now and he wants to get up to 100, so that's it. About 5 minutes behind. Yeah, so we see from Diamond District Studios that the AAF import does have the import at cursor project though. So it could be like that's part of the specification for OMF versus AAF. So whereas the OMF is probably 25 years old now. All right, Michael Dennis says, why can't I hear my audio through my monitor when doing real-time export? Okay, so let's say I want to do a real-time export of this, and I'll just do a small section of it. So you may have to have your control room configured. So go to your audio connections, and let's see if we have your control room. So here, generally I have my outputs. I may have like a stereo out and have it chosen to be not connected. But when I go to my control room, I monitor through a speaker. So we could add a monitor or speaker. let's say I want to do just a quick export of this, and let's do real-time export. So I believe that's going to go through the control room for all the monitoring. So let's give it a try. All right, and we'll do real-time export here. That should start here in a second.
Do you recall the day we first met? That was a long
So it's all being routed through the control room. So make sure that you have the control room activated and configured.
school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home. You looked my way and your heart shone through. It caught my breath while you called me.
So here we're monitoring the real-time export.
Well, even now I'm so in love with you, just like a long.
All right, and now we go to the bottom here, and there's our mix down. So we still have our mono mix down set. So make sure the control room is active. So, and you could just activate the control room, add a monitor wherever your output routing is set to for your monitoring path. You can do that and set your outputs here to not connected. Otherwise, it'll be kind of doubly bust and you're hearing two sources simultaneously. So make sure that the control room is activated. Okay. All right, so you see from FlyV, it just says my ASIO heartbeat and MixKey is set to my motherboard, and there's no way getting MixKey stream to appear. All right, so. So I have that kind of my heartbeat here set to my built-in audio, my Mac, which would be similar to motherboard, but see if you have this configured right there as well on the stream output. All right, so in a memento is just mentioning Discord's a great place to ask questions about Cubase features. You can ask questions at other times than during the Tuesday and Friday live streams. All right, I know we had a couple of questions that were mailed in, so let me go to those. All right, so we had a question on the last stream. It says how to open and close automation lanes with a single key command. So it wasn't like open the automation, close the automation. We could use a single key command for that. And I was having a brain cramp on that. So let's say if I have like this track selected and I wanted a key command to just open and close the automation, or if we have tracks that are within a folder. So let's say come here and we want to open and close the folder. So the function, if we go under your key commands, is just going to be under folding. And then you'll see toggle selected track. So if I come here, assign that keyboard shortcut, I can now just come over here. So let's open up that. I hit the keyboard shortcut. We could open up all the tracks within the folder. If we have a particular track right there, I could hit the keyboard shortcut just to open and close the particular automation track for that as well. We could also assign that function to your MIDI remote. So if I jump over here, I think I have it assigned. So again, if we just search for folding, toggle, I'll just say toggle, and then we'd notice it under folding. So now when I come over here, I could just have that one particular function and open and close the folder from my MIDI remote as well. So if I want to open up all the tracks in the folder, same keyboard shortcut. And if you have a CC121, it's if you hit the channel select left and right buttons simultaneously, you can come over there and open and close folders or different automation tracks as well. All right, Tunveer Music says, can sampler detect the keynote? All right, so I think if the metadata for the particular note is in there, so let's go ahead and let me just drop a particular sample in. All right, so let's say if I come over here, all right, so I take that sample there and I'll create sampler track from it. And then we could see that the root key is automatically set from B3, so now as we play. All right, and we also see, just Flyby mentioned, I also did a preview screen through OBS for live streams. All right, let me get to another question that was mailed in or was on a Facebook group I wanted to share with everyone here. Bear with me just a second.
Hello, welcome to the October 17th, 2025
Sorry, let me shut off my
Cubase live stream.
monitoring computer. All right. Question was, I want the metronome to lock to the beat of an audio track so I can record software instruments on top of it. Okay, so let's come over here to new project. Let's import an audio file. Do something that has some variation in it. Okay, so now we'll listen to this. So if we put on a metronome, we don't really have any correlation, so I'm going to select my part, go to project, to tempo track. So we have our tempo now. All right, now we have a pickup note. So now if I needed to adjust the tempo here, it kind of puts you into, grid warp mode, so we can make adjustments as necessary. But let's come over here. I'm going to say where our downbeat is, since we have like a pickup note for our snare. So when it does the tempo detection, it's doing it by the beat, and we don't assume that all music is in 4/4. But we want to come over here now. I want to define exactly where the downbeat is. So we listen to this. We have our pickup note of that snare hit on beat 4, and followed by the downbeat. So if I wanted to put like MIDI drums on top of this, I'll just add an instrument track. Let's do a quick groove agent. Just okay, so what I want to do is I'll just kind of put this into automatic quantize, and I'll just put my quantize value, it's a quarter note, and I'm going to activate auto quantize here. All right, so all right, so now when we do this, everything I just recorded. And if I, again, want to come over here, take this track, let's put on, let's get to our chord track, and we'll create chord events. All right, I'll just drag this up to the chords. Okay, so now as we do this, we can now, let's open up maybe like an organ patch. And now we could just kind of come over here and so you could, have your MIDI, but now we could just, sequence everything just right there, so now we have that grid. Your MIDI, you could record directly online and have it correlate directly to the beat, and that beat is extracted from the original part right there. So, all right, let's go back to live questions. All right, Uno Memento asks, says, I have a bass track made with Halion 7. I would like to make it into a bass track audio and mono. How do I do that? A question from a friend. Okay, so let's, I think I have a, see if I have project. I think I have a sequence baseline that we could use. Okay, so let's say we have this bass. So we're hearing it in stereo. So this is the bass here. All right, so let's come over to, we'll say, okay, let's get to our recent projects. Or, I'm sorry, to our export audio mixdown. And take this bass part and let's do a mono down mix. I want to create an audio track. I won't do it in real time. All right, I'll do a longer section of it. And now we have our mono bass part. Just created right there for us. So if we're to kind of play the whole project. So you mute the MIDI. So again, just kind of select the, go to your file menu to export audio mixdown, select your track. You could just, and then just do a mono down mix and come here and create audio track. And then you'll have your mono file be created. Okay, so we see Terry Gray joining us from Minneapolis. Great to see you on. Hope your film project went well. I was glad to see that you liked how it sounded in the theater. Congratulations on the documentary. All right. So Michael Dennis says, give us a little more volume, so I'll try to make it a little louder. I don't want to clip though. All right, Mike Kulikov asked, you just showed how to add MIDI tracks to a song with changing BPM. I've done that and realized I need to warp the grid. Now, can I make MIDI tracks while the grid I move after MIDI was created? All right, so let me see if I may have an example of this. see if that's... let's see if that's... It's not the project I was thinking of. Let me see if I can find it. All right, I'll just kind of create one. Or I may have one that... So I think the trick, let's say, let's see if I can... I think what you want to do with the MIDI, just see if I could... create a scenario quickly. Let me just see. I thought I had a project set up for this. Let me just... All right, so let me... Thought it was in here, but... All right, I'll just kind of make something. All right. So let's say if we have... all right, I'll just make it... Sorry about that. All right. Okay, so let's see if I have, let's say I'm roughly, I'll play out of time with something here. Okay, so I have my click. All right, so let's say I have this information. I'm going to put an audio loop in. So I think when you do a tempo, before you do a tempo detection on a loop or on an audio file, so let me just... All right, so... All right, so what you want to do is, let's say if our MIDI here was locked. I'll go ahead and we'll just quantize this to quarters. All right, so our MIDI is locked. All right, and we do a tempo detection of this event here. So I do a tempo detection, and we come. So what happens is the MIDI can get messed up. So if I do a tempo detection, we'll show you what happens. Let's come over here, go to your project. We'll go to project tempo track, and let's do a tempo detection of that event. All right, so now when we listen to it, it's done the tempo detection. So the MIDI is reacting from its original location directly to, as we listen to our MIDI now, we're going to see that our MIDI is going to be really off. So when we listen to it, whereas before we did the tempo detection, it was right on. So what you need to do for the MIDI is to come over here, just put it into lock. So we're going to lock the MIDI in place. Now we do the tempo detection. Come over to your project window again, to tempo track. All right, so now so what you need to do is, before you do the tempo detection, if you have pre-existing MIDI data, what you need to do is just to come over here and take the existing MIDI track and lock it in time. That way it doesn't shift positions based on the different tempo changes. And at that point, when you do the tempo detection of the audio, this will now still stay lined up on the grid because it's not moving in time based on the tempo changes. So before, if you have existing MIDI data and you do a tempo detection, select the MIDI and then just lock it, then do the tempo detection, then it will still maintain its position to the beat. All right, great to see Gerald Ely on. All right. So we see Anthony Clark says a big roundabout to not answer my question. And I see later, as I see I wrote 3 paragraphs, all of them went through. So there's a character limit on the comments in the chat field. So make sure that you can break it up into smaller. I think it's 200 characters. So maybe, Anthony, if you want to type it in and just enter it in shorter, or if you want to send it to Jazz Dude, he could maybe do it. Or if you want to send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, if you still have it in your field, I'd be happy to answer it for you. Yeah, so, and I see, as Jazz Dude mentioned, something correction about the compressor. So yeah, if you want to re-ask the question, be happy to answer it for you. All right, so we have a question from Haley. It just says, I have a new Arturia Keylab 61 Mark II keyboard. And how can I set up with Cubase 10 Pro? Thanks. So Cubase 10 didn't have the new MIDI remote that came in version 12, I believe. But when you go to, see if they have like a Cubase profile, but probably what you want to do is just go to your studio setup, and then you could add a generic remote. So when you come over here, you can add a generic remote, and if you have like an XML file, You could choose to import if they've made kind of a script for it. It will probably also work as a Mackie control device if they don't have a generic editor script. You can probably just come over here, click on the plus sign, add a Mackie control, and then just configure this for the MIDI ports for your Arturia keyboard right there. So try just, adding it in version 10 as a generic remote or a Mackie control. And then once you have that, if you have your Arturia in Mackie control, then it should be able to drive Cubase like the transports and faders and the encoders. So. Okay. All right. So you see Anthony Clark just says every time you mention the same issue, you delete my comment only to have the live stream. So if you want to send it to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, you mail it to me. I'd be happy to answer it now, Anthony. So let me just check. All right. I see an email from. All right, a video from Emra. I see Andrew with the flatten. All right, and I see a video from Soren. But if you want to email me, we see from Dead Automatic as well. So the same happening to me. So sometimes, if it's too long, it'll get, it won't go through. So let me know, if you want to, again, email me at clubcubase at steinberg.de. I'd be happy to answer it in the live stream today. And I don't see any deleted messages from either of you. All right, so we see from Mike, it just says, thank you, Greg, lock the MIDI, got it. All right, Moonzai asks, how do you delete MIDI notes in the piano roll fast in Cubase? All right, so let's say if I want to come over here, I have a bunch of MIDI notes here. All right, so there's a couple ways, so if we're in our MIDI editor, I could just kind of come over here, select a bunch of notes, and just hit the backspace or delete key. If you wanted to select kind of like a whole range of notes, I could do that and just hit delete on the computer keyboard. We could also just grab all the selected notes and click on it with the eraser tool. If I want to select kind of a whole range with the eraser tool, we could do that so we don't have to switch tools. So a number of ways to easily and quickly delete MIDI data. Let me know if that's helpful, Moonzai. All right, we see Graham Witcher has to take off. Thanks for joining us, Graham. Great to see you on the live stream. Have a wonderful weekend, and hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday. See, Bratman Studios just says, sometimes I put type into the chat, and if it's too many characters but not over, it doesn't show to you. In fact, I had to reboot my Chrome browser, and now it works fine. And see, yeah, Andy also sent a video, so I got that. I'll look at it right after. All right, so we see from Bratman Studio, so sometimes I put, or I'm sorry, he says, Greg, I'm having problems with my master keyboard at XP80, very old, and thinking about a new master. What about the ModiX M7? Many YouTubes show it's very cool. Thoughts? I think all the Yamaha keyboards are incredibly well built. So I think, having kind of the montage engine inside of a lower cost keyboard, it's hard to go wrong, especially if you like, synthesizers and workstations. I think, and having, a keyboard with lots of great sounds in it is, it's hard to go wrong with that. You can take it out for gigs very easily. If you want to be inspired, you want to play without having it hooked up to the computer, those things are all great. So I think, and the Yamaha build quality is, is always been like really exceptional. I rarely see, even still to this day, like a DX7 where, the keys are bad. Yamaha does a lot of work just on reliability, and they make more keyboards and more key beds than anyone else in the world. So I think it's a great solution. So. All right, so we see question. I see from, it says, odd how it stopped deleting my comments after confrontation, except for the one it says I sent a Club Cubase email on Monday. So let me know what the topic was. Oh, I see Anthony said he sent an email. So, all right, so we see from about Cubase default compressor. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, is the default Cubase mix knob will be fixed so that the 12 o'clock is really 50% and the makeup gain increases volume, not the mix knob, so it does real parallel effect correctly. I think the mix knob is not working properly, as Dan Worrell mentioned, that the correct way for the mix knob is to inject a parallel, not to increase volume at all, similar to the CL1B emulation with which the mix knob works as expected. So it's good. Take a look at this. All right, so let me. All right, so there's kind of different schools of thought on this. So let's say if we go to our compressor here, so let's say we'll take our video here, so let's do it on the voice. All right, let me just.
Told your daddy and he called my mom, said you were too damn good for any boy that dumb.
All right, so let's say I'll just put this into a quick
His
loop.
soured words are now dead and done.
All right, so there's a dry mix, so if we want to come over here, we can.
You told your daddy and he called my mom, said you were too damn good for any boy that
So
dumb.
when we have it set to 100%, we don't really hear any of the compression. And then when we have it set to dry, we hear all the gain reduction. All right, so, and I watched this video on this subject, so if we come here, there's, I think Dan's thinking, which, is that it should be kind of the same gain between the two of them when we're at 50%. I think you could argue that, and that I believe that at 50%, when we do this, so I think Dan's thoughts are that it should, so for accurate comparison, that the gain should be the same when you're at 50%.
You told your daddy and he called
as
my mom,
100%
said
so
you
that
were too
you could actually
damn
hear.
good for a boy that dumb.
But I would also argue that you actually want to have that gain change between, that you want the actual gain that is from the original to the processed, that it's going to be the blend of that. So I know that some people think that it's a terrible thing to do, but I think it also makes sense that you're blending not just to find the balance between the two. So that at 50%, this is going to be softer. That the thinking is that this should be the same exact level as when we're here, so that we could adjust the parallel. But I think it also makes sense that it is taking into account the gain difference, and it's showing you and it's sounding the difference between the gain, because because you are changing the gain. So you want to have the balance between the gain, the original gain, and the balance between what is actually being done at 50%. So it may limit you, but that is half of the balance between the dry and the process signal. And I think, you could argue and you could think it's wrong, and I understand that. But I think it's also, you could argue either way that you want it to be. You could say that if the gain was the same at 50%, that it's not actually giving you an indication of what is actually going on in the, to the gain structure as part of the compression stage. So with that, we want, so when we do this, it's going to be 50% of, and if you have gain change that's going on, that you can just simply have that into account. Now, let's see if we adjust the makeup gain. Yeah. That,
You told your daddy and he called.
So when you're at 50%, I think logically it makes sense that it is 50% of the gain. It's 50% of the process signal and 50% of the unprocessed signal. So let me know if that makes sense or what other people think, just out of curiosity. So if you want it to be the same exact gain at 50%, or if you want it to be 50% of halfway between the fully processed signal and the non-processed signal. So I think you can make arguments either way. So. All right, so we see from Haley, just says thank you. All right, Raw Justice Hip Hop says checking in from Capitol Heights, number 107 on the lake. Michael Pierce just says, gotta say our DX7 is in perfect shape. Got to get the chord fixed though. All right. See Gerald Ely just saying there are days when none of my texts go through, even the hellos. I just watch and take note. All right, let me get my mouse to wake up here. Sorry. Bratman Studio says also the Modex M also includes a Cubase version with it, and it has an input channel for Cubase actually named in the keyboard screen. I think also you get a virtual instrument of the MODI MX. So you have like a software version of the instrument itself inside of Cubase, so that if you're working, you could work, if you're working on a laptop scenario, you could use a virtual instrument and you don't have your laptop with you, like when you're in Maui and you wanted to do a quick track, you could still have your Yamaha sounds in its included VST instrument versus having to carry the instrument with you. So that's also a great selling point to me. All right. See, Bratman Studios says a Hans Zimmer video popped up yesterday, and he mentioned you several times in the video. Yeah, no, we did one interview with him. He was very kind. All right. You see, not sure if I've gotten the question again from Dead Automatic, but I'll see if that comes in, or maybe it's part of the questions that were mailed in. All right, let me go to some of the other questions that were mailed in. Give me a second here. Sorry, my mouse is misbehaving here. Let me get my charger for my mouse here. All right, let me see if I get to the question. Sorry about that. All right, I'm just going to look out on my phone real quick, get through the questions. Bear with me. Let me get logged in on my phone so I could access the document. All right, almost there, sorry. Sorry, I have to log in with my credentials twice here. Sorry, let me just, it's not allowing me to open up on my phone. All right, let me see if I can get it from very quickly on my web browser here. Okay. All right. So we had a question. I think this is, it says, I imported an MP4 file from my Canon R6 and navigated to unmixed chorus to isolate different singers in the video. Pop-up said voices not registered. My question is, how do you register voices for processing? Thanks in advance. Okay. So when we are doing something like that in spectral layers, so I'll just come over here. I don't really have like a video file with voices on it, but let's come over to, so we'll go to spectral layers here. And when we go to our particular, and we do, let's say, an unmixed voices, or I think it's the unmixed. Let me just make sure. To the unmixed chorus. So the one thing that I would try, is maybe when we could do the preview. So this is really more for like choruses, like separating lead vocals from background vocals in a song. It's not really, so I would maybe try to take it and do a, let's say, maybe unmixed noisy speech instead. So depending on the source material, and if you wanted to share the voice material with me, but I would maybe try to do, if it was like a video thing, I would maybe try to unmix the speech. And when we go to kind of like
damn good.
You could kind of preview that, but and maybe try some different settings, but try to maybe unmix the speech and then see if you could unmix the voices, because the unmixed chorus is to say, okay, I want the lead vocals separated from background vocals in your particular project, and not necessarily I want to take the voices away from noisy background music. So all right, let's get to the next question that was mailed in. All right, so we had a question, I believe it was from Secret Studios, Jay, about how to set physical input ports when adding tracks. And I just thought of a way of kind of doing it after. So if the inputs aren't defined in the particular setup, like in your audio connections. So let me just come here and undo that. So if we don't have, let's say, an audio connection here, I'll just remove these. All right, and we want to add an audio track and add the input. So when I go to add audio, here we could see select hardware input, and we could say, okay, I have like 2 input, 4 outputs. So I could say, okay, I want this to be input 1 and 2 stereo. So without having that configured in my inputs, when I go to add a track, if you click on the select hardware input from the top, we could just add that particular input right there. And I believe it's now going to be added directly into our audio connections. So we can see that it will be added as our stereo input. So we could just come right over there and define inputs. So if you have like a large number of inputs and you don't want to physically define it in the audio connections. What you could do is, as you add a track, just come over here. If we add an audio track, we could set our inputs from the select hardware inputs right there. And if we want it to, so that's all you have to do is select the hardware inputs, just like that. Okay. We go back to the next question. Okay, it says, I have a drum audio file I created events in the hit points menu. Please show me if there's any way to select every second or every third, fourth, etc. event using the project logical editor. For example, to do it one by one takes a long time. Thank you in advance. Greetings from Hungary. Okay, so there isn't like a real direct way of doing this. So let me open up project here. So let's say if we have a particular project that we have now kind of sliced up, and we want to select every other third event. So we come over here, that we could see that we took like a file, we went into, and I'll just kind of show it here. So we go into our hit points. All right, and what we want to do now is just come over here, and we could see from the create menu that we could create events. So when we create events, now every time that there's a hit point, we've created a new event. So what we want to do is, after doing that, to select every third event or every second event. So I created a macro and kind of a project logical editor, because if we had everything in a macro or in a project logical editor, we don't necessarily know how many events there will be. So when we go to actually open the particular events, we don't know if there's going to be 600 events or 20 events. So I made a macro, and I did this for every third event. So I'll show you the macro, and it's going to be select every third event. So the macro is, we're going to have the very first event selected. We're going to navigate to the right. We're going to choose to mute the events, and that's so that we could manipulate it later in the project logical editor. So we're going to say navigate to the right, mute events, navigate to the right, mute events, and this is for selecting every third event. If I wanted to select every other event, I would just have the navigate right, edit, mute events once. If I wanted to select every fourth event, I would just add another instance of this. And at the very end, I'm going to choose to navigate to the right. So this macro, when I select the very first event here, it will simply go mute the next two events and go over, and then select the next event. Then I could keep doing this and running this macro until we run out of events. All right, so we've done that. So we've basically taken the second and third events and muted them. Now what we want to do is I created a project logical editor. So we'll come over here to the project logical editor. We'll set this up. And I'm going to say we want to select, and we're going to say container type is an event, and that the property is set to is muted. So we're going to select the muted events. And this seems counterintuitive. It took me a little while to get this figured out. And then we can say we're going to invert the selection. So we're going to select the events. We're going to then switch over to the, we're going to select not the muted events, but the unmuted events. Then we're going to unmute the events that are muted, and then invert again. So we're kind of inverting this 3 times. So as we do this, what I want to do, and I've assigned this now, so when I run this project logical editor, we can see that I don't necessarily want these events muted, but I kind of put them into this state so that we could run this project logical editor so that now when I run this, now every third event is selected. Now I've assigned both of these, this directly to my this macro from to my MIDI remote, and this project logical editor to a MIDI remote. So to show you, once we have this set up, I'll come over here, and I have this event is going to trigger the macro, and I would run and just trigger that macro until we're done with it, and then I'm going to run that project logical editor. So if I come over here, I'm going to again just select the very first event, run that multiple times. I'm done, and then hit one button. Now every third, every second, every fourth event can be selected. So again, the macro would be this. It's kind of a combination, because we don't know that it's always going to be 30 or always 21 or 15 events or 16 events. So this would be the macro. So you run that all the way through, and then once all the events are selected as you expect, then we could run the project logical editor to do that. So, and this is again, select the muted events. We're going to invert the selection again, and we're selecting those events so that we could unmute and then invert selection, and those events will automatically be selected. So again, with those two settings, I'll move this down out of the way, and I'll trigger it with my MIDI remote. So select every third event, and now with the MIDI remote, hit the button, and now those are the selected parts. So we're just kind of using the mute to be able to kind of switch the selection state, but I think that would work. Unfortunately, in the logical editor for MIDI, we could have a counter to select like every third MIDI note, every sixth MIDI note, but there isn't a counter in the project logical editor. So let me know if that helps. All right. Let me jump back. Okay, I think we covered that one already. All right, so we're in good shape with that. All right. You know, Memento mentions that he wrote the term loudness war on a YouTube video, and it was flagged by YouTube. Interesting. All right, FlyV just saying, what a great stream. Hoping everyone makes some dope beats this weekend. All right, wonderful to see Steve Leeds checking in from Berkeley. You see from FlyV says, do I ever pay attention in your live streams, Greg? I'm 10 minutes behind live. All right. All right, let me see. I know we had some questions that were mailed in. Let me see if we have some time, if I could get to some of those questions. All right, let me watch the video about the arranger track real quick and see if I could figure this out for earlier question. Okay, just watching this video.
Isn't in here. So Sorry about that. Okay, now as you can see, like right here, see, it did not merge this full track of audio or this full track of audio, or even, so these are the backing tracks right here in a folder. It didn't merge those either. So if I have to go in and make all of those the musical style, whatever you said, if that's the case, then that's fine. But I didn't know if that was the... Okay, and then I just undid it. Alright, so that's it.
Okay, so let me open up an example. I may have a file like this. Take a quick look. May have it on my studio PC. Let me... Yeah, I have it on my studio PC, but let me see if I could create one here. Okay, I'm just going to set a little bit of space between each of the songs. Okay, so let's add an arranger track. Okay, so let's say I'm doing B, C, A. So it's like a live set. Let me watch this video one more time. And I'll try to get it close to my mic so we can hear it as well. All right. Are you just going to watch one more time here? Oh, video loads up.
See here, I have all of the songs, and they are, you know, where the markers are. And then here's the arrangement track. Now, so for example, here's the arrangement. Some of these, like for example, B isn't in here. So, like, for example, we wouldn't do that song or whatever. So the point is that I make all the arrangement tracks. Here's all our songs, tracks, MIDI, and everything. And you can see a good example will be, here's like the full song if we wanted to hear the full song. So you'll see some of these won't bounce these full audio tracks. Here's like the guitar and stuff. So let's just say I merged just this right here. Sorry, flatten. Sorry about that. Okay, now as you can see, like right here, see, it did not merge this full track of audio or this full track of audio, or even, so these if that's the case, then that's fine. But I didn't know if that was the...
So I'm not sure, like kind of watching this, I'll just line up I'm going to make sure that the ends here kind of line up directly with right here. So I'm going to take my snap off. All right, and so I'm just going to make sure that the locator, that the arranger tracks are trimmed to the particular events here. So take my snap off here. Right, let me just check the end of this. I just want to make sure that these are accurate. All right, and let's good and let's say, all right, so I have this kind of set up here, and let me just make sure that those, and we can see here like the ends of the songs all have kind of fade outs. Let me just adjust this arranger track to meet the length. So I'm not sure, judging from the video, if the arranger tracks are like super accurate with the, so in the video it seemed like to show that when we did the flattened chain, that it was cutting off some of the particular events. All right, so we have CBA, so I'm going to go ahead and flatten the chain here. Right, and we will put it into the current project. And we look kind of at the end, don't see any of the events kind of getting cut off after doing this. So Andy, if you could just make sure, and if you want to, I know it's a big project, if you wanted to share that project with me, but make sure that the actual ends of the arranger events are like, you know, accurately aligned with the particular, you know, with the endings, and they're not just kind of like, this may look, you know, it may, like when you're zoomed out, because in the view that you had, there's, you know, probably twice as many measures than this. It could look like it's accurate, but make sure that it's actually like the start and end positions are accurate. And if you wanted to, I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it remotely with you, like over Zoom, if you want. I'd be happy to do that. So let me know if, like, when you've done that, that the arranger events, when you zoom in, are like very accurate with the start and end points of the that tied to the audio events. So. Okay, so we have a question. Flyv is just asking, how are MIDI tracks used? I can't seem to figure that out. So often MIDI tracks are going to be, so we have instrument tracks that are going to be tied directly to VST instruments. So we say, okay, I want to open up and play around with Retrolog. It's great. We could do that. So instrument tracks are tied to VST instruments, but if we wanted to have a track that's tied to an actual MIDI keyboard, like, you know, Yamaha Montage or whatever hardware keyboards that you have or drum machines, we can now have a MIDI track, and the MIDI track will send MIDI out of your MIDI interface. So we'll just come over here and say we want this particular device to come over here and go to my keyboard. So, and then the keyboard itself is generating the sound. So MIDI tracks will send MIDI. They're kind of designed to send MIDI to external devices. So it could be used to change program changes on a lexicon reverb or guitar processor. So every time you play a song, it will switch to the right program change, the right sound. Or also if you want to play and send MIDI information to an external keyboard. But if you're doing all virtual instruments, it's probably just easier to use instrument tracks. Great. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so you just see a comment from Jazzy. It says, isn't resolution of 480 ppm too high for the eyeball anything the same length, Greg? So with this, you know, I mean, we could, if you wanted to be like super accurate, we could say, okay, the end position of this is at, you know, 258.4291, and we could say, I could just come over here and just simply adjust, but yeah, we could actually go down to the sample resolution. But if you wanted to, you could just make sure that the length of the patterns is going to be the same as the length. All right, so we see an update from Florin. Just says, no matter what in the project I am, the hub doesn't appear on closing. With empty project, no VST, no insert is the same problem. I mean, without. So there's maybe another preference. Let's take a look at the preferences, maybe under general. I think if we might be just a way to, there might be a preference. So we have the hub is show news in the hub, but I think that if you're in, I think you said you're in Cubase, but Nuendo, I think you could disable the hub altogether. Maybe in 13, it might have changed in 14. And I just want to make sure that you did start with your preferences refreshed. And also, if you could just remind me if you actually saw, if you see the Cubase menus, it says with an empty project, no VST, no insert is the same problem. And I assume that when you come here to open hub, or if you go to Windows, do you see the hub listed here in the window menu? So if you could let me know that. All right. You see Bratman Studio. Rick's going to be going out to the Halloween store. So have fun decorating for your neighborhood. Take some pictures for Michael Pierce. I will be. All right, let's see if there's other questions that come in. Let me see if we got another question emailed in during the stream that we could maybe go over. Thanks for sending a video, Andy. Saw video from Soren. I'll take a look at that. All right. All right. Everyone in America should share pictures with Michael Teams for Halloween, so you can see what the American experience. All right. So we see Florence says tried that with the news. So it's not showing up in your window menu and the open hub. And I just want to make sure that you restart it holding down Alt Control Shift and temporarily disabled the preferences. All right, so we see from Rolling Stuff, just says, hi, Greg, no questions from you today, but it says, but thanks for all the answers. All right, so we see from Anthony Clark, it said essentially email, so I thought I answered about the compressor. So let me just check. If it was from Hama Kadrawi. So let me know if that was I haven't seen the email unless it was the one about the compressor. I'll wait another minute, see if it comes in. But we did talk about that. See if there's other questions. If not, we'll wrap up a little early. Giving her 30 seconds or so. Okay, so we see Sean Kelly says, I had a question about the effect sends. So, yeah, go ahead. Feel free to ask. It says, could I ask it again? So, yeah, of course, please do. Thanks for your confirmation, Florin, that you disabled the preferences and restarted. So I'll see if I can do some more research on it. Okay. See if we get Sean Kelly's question about effect sends. See if we get Sean's question. All right, so Sean's question is there a difference between the send volume slider and the volume fader on the actual channel? All right, so let's say, okay, so let's say we'll take this and we want to put an effect send on it. Okay, so when we come over here, we can say, okay, I'm going to add an effect send to this. So we'll say, all right, so we hear the reverb on the drums. We open this up. All right, so we have, this will be our volume for the channel overall. So if I want to have, so this is just going to handle the volume. And as we come over here, as we adjust our effect send, we're sending more of that track out to the reverb plugin here. So this is just going to be the volume of the track, and then we have how much of that track is being sent to this effect. Now if we select the track and we open up the reverb channel, if we drop the volume here on the reverb, this would drop the volume of the effect. And it seems like it's the same, but if we have multiple tracks, if we added another track and this track was going to the same reverb, and I wanted the reverb to be louder in this track and then this track. If I dropped the reverb return channel, so this is like the overall volume for the reverb. And now when we go to our mix console, we could say, I want this channel to go out to the reverb a little bit. I want this channel to go out to the reverb a lot. So we could have our volume for, for the effects return. And that's what we see in this channel here. So we select the effects channel. But, when we open up our typical channels here, this would be the volume of the channel, and this is how much is being sent. So if we have multiple tracks that are being fed out to the particular reverb, we could have varying amounts in this track. I go to the next track and we say I want barely any of it going to the reverb. So I don't have to affect the reverb send, but I affect how much is being sent to the reverb. All right. So we see from Florian, just says I reinstalled Cubase 14 Pro again. The same thing. Maybe you press a key wrong when I work on a project. Maybe. I don't think so. Usually, the things that could mimic this would be, it could be a preference, but if you kind of trashed the preferences altogether, you disabled the preferences. If you reinstall Cubase, it will just kind of still utilize the same preferences, but when you kind of disable the preferences, that should take it back to its known state. I'll do some more research over the weekend with it, but I don't know of any hidden command for that. All right, so Anthony Clark just says sent it again, so I think I did answer it. So I'm not sure if you heard the response to it or not, Anthony. All right, so Sean Kelly says, perfect, thank you, that makes sense. Great channel you have. I appreciate all the help over the years. You're welcome. All right, so we have Ali Al-Zaire just says, is there any way to duplicate only the automation data across multiple separate or group tracks using the range selection tool? So I don't think that we could select only the automation. So let's say if I have automation here. So let's say we have automation here, here. All right. So let's say if we have this set up, and I'll just put the left and right locators around the range. I think that we could come over, let's see if we get to our project logical editor. So when we select the range, it's going to select the actual events and the range. It says, because they're kind of non-contiguous. But let's see if we come over. Let's try selecting. And we'll select its position inside cycle. So there, I could just select the range within this cycle and duplicate. So let me know if that's, so if I come over here, but since it's non-contiguous events, and this may give you kind of different times if you want it. So I'm not sure if you have automation points kind of at the beginning and end of the range here. But the range tool isn't going to. So if you wanted to do something like that, or you could just say, okay, you're going to select automation within the cycle marker and duplicate it. And we might be able, so let me know if that works for you. And I'll check it out in Cubase 12 as well. All right. All right, so you see from Anthony Clark says it means clockwise, compressed, and to the right it adds compression. Didn't understand it. Why adding volume? Because if you're doing compression, you could be adding volume or taking volume away. So 50% is 50% of what that signal is doing to the volume. So. Yeah, so Ali, I will check that out in Cubase 12 and see if it works differently. I don't have it installed on my system here, but I can install it for Tuesday's live stream. All right, I think we just have a couple minutes left. We'll see if there's any other questions. You see a nice comment from Reverend Howe. Says, Todd, nice, tidy, learned some stuff I've been wondering about, found out about a load of stuff I didn't know. Wow, so much more to learn, so much fun I've yet to have. Ta. All right, we'll give it another minute or so and see if we get any other questions. All right, well, I think we're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. And if you've learned a new tip or trick, make sure you hit the like button. And with that, we will go ahead and let me just get wrapped up here. Let me see if I get my mouse to work so we can exit out of the live stream here. All right, bear with me. I'm just going to try to get my tablet here to cooperate. All right, sorry, my laptop isn't. Let me see if I could just log on real quick here and end it. All right, so let's go ahead and end the stream. Everyone stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Tuesday.